Thank you so much for joining us today. We are so happy and excited to be here and honestly cannot wait for you to see the talks we have in store and to really get going. TED has this requirement for TEDx chapters like ours that we can only have 100 people live in person in the room where TEDx talks are being recorded. So we are so grateful that you are, one of those people for our first in-person conference at Rutgers, Camden, that are able to watch these TEDx talks being recorded live before they hit, TED.com or TEDx YouTube. So really happy to be here, and we have a quick video for you before we can get going. Right from TED.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Welcome to our second TEDx conference and our first in-person conference here at Rutgers. It feels surreal to present 10 TEDx speakers in front of you here today, as well as 2 TEDx performers right behind these curtains. What a time, Melissa. We embarked on this journey back then that involved hundreds, probably thousands of Zoom calls and meeting minutes that can fill up this room. And we submitted a license application to TED headquarters. We were approved for the license, and since then, we have been working with sponsors, businesses, professionals, Rutgers University, administration, and just so many stakeholders that are, a part of this event essentially. And we've also been working with our amazing speakers and perfecting their talks to bring this vision alive here today. It's like history from there. We had teams in finance, curation, marketing, logistics, and technology. And we, literally hit the ground running since then.
With 60-hour work weeks on top of us, and reminder, being full-time students, we were told in December of 2021, a week and a half before the conference, that the university would close due to rising COVID-19 cases. It really felt like we worked so much for months straight just to work even more. Nonetheless, we persevered and executed a virtual conference with close to 1,000 virtual attendees. I won't bore you with all the details, but I can definitely say the whole team deserved a 2-week vacation to the Bahamas.
But something just as rewarding came about our way right after our conference, which is that all of our talks got published on TED.com. And and some of our talks have even passed over 1 million views on YouTube since last year. So after that Herculean effort, we really looked at each other somehow and said, let's do it again. So here we are today. hence all of us in the same room here right now. And at the end of the day, this is and was the goal of our organization, and the primary foundation of which like it was built on, which was sharing ideas word spreading for our community. Back in 2020, we had this vision of bringing an inspiring and accessible stage to Camden, and the fact that we're able to do that every year is like a dream come true. We are able to self-organize these annual conferences where we can successfully bring the community together, and publish these talks that can amplify unique voices, spark conversations, encourage critical thinking, and most importantly, ignite real, long-lasting change.
Our TEDx conference theme this year is Unanswered, and we left it up for you to decipher what that means, especially through all the thought-provoking talks that we have today. So let's dive right in. For a brief overview, we will present a few talks, break for lunch in the campus center, and meet back here for our last talks and performances. Then we will end the event back in the campus center with a meet and greet and open discussion with everyone here today. We really encourage you all to take advantage of the full day and really make those connections and have those deep discussions with everyone here and critically think about what these ideas can do for our community and beyond.
This conference would not be possible without all of our sponsors. A special thank you to the School of Social Work, Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Civic Engagement, Digital Studies, and librarians at Paul Robeson, as well as everyone that really helped support our vision. We are extremely grateful to our excellent speaker coaches, Priya Karthik, Rebecca Masood, Taruna Ramani, and Kim Smith, who have invested so much time, passion, and effort into our TEDx speakers, and without which this event would truly not be possible.
For sure. Finally, we ask you to take the time right now to please turn off your cellular Wi-Fi and turn your phones on silent in order for us to successfully live stream our event. Please also refrain from taking any pictures, especially with the flash on. Don't worry, we do have our photographers here, so there will be photos and videos that will be accessible online. There will also be time in the campus center during the meet and greet to take all the photos that you'd like to take as well. Additionally, please only leave the room between talks and ensure no loud noises are being made, just like, for example, doors shutting, because that could affect production. For context, all of these talks are being recorded live, and they're going to be sent over to the National TED Company as TEDx talks. So we don't want any unnecessary noises in the recordings. We also want to give a big shout out to our production team and RE Films for all of their hard work and dedication today.
Final rule, ironically, is about clapping. So you're welcome to do so when a speaker comes on stage. But please don't clap or yell in the middle of a talk or performance. As Melissa said, they are being recorded live, and we don't want to affect production or sound in any way. And wait until the talk is completely over to clap, or before speakers started their talk to clap. Bathrooms are located right outside on the right side, so that's the hallway you guys came in from. Please only use them in between talks, and then of course we'll break for lunch. And then if you have any other questions or concerns, you are more than welcome to ask the team members on the side or by the door. And I think with that, it's really finally time now. So let's get started. Open your mind.
And enjoy the show.
So our first speaker for the day is Siddharth Sood. Siddharth is a tech entrepreneur who is passionate about building impactful tech companies tackling large societal problems. He has previously worked on startups in wearable tech and space tech. Currently, he's working on SparkMate. This is an AI-powered consumer platform that helps people connect through candid video conversations. Siddharth has also consulted Fortune 500 companies on marketing and business strategy. His talk is titled, How Technology and Radical Thinking Can End World Problems. Please welcome Siddharth Sood on stage.
Today, I want to provide a solution to all of the world's problems in approximately 10 minutes. As insane and unrealistic as that sounds, I do think this exercise has value. I believe it's possible to quantify all of the world's problems and develop a systematic approach for tackling them. And that's exactly what I've decided to do with my life. As it stands today, I believe there are 7 broadly comprehensive problems plaguing the world, and most other issues fall into one of these categories. These problems are as follows: socioeconomic inequality, food/water scarcity, climate destruction, lack of access to education, lack of access to robust healthcare, identity-based inequity, and crime in its various forms. Now, as you'll mentally review this list, you'll come to the conclusion that some, if not all of these issues, seem insurmountable. We as a society can accept that we might be able to make linear progress in addressing some of these issues, but we'll never be able to eradicate them in their entirety. Just take one of these issues: crime. How does one eradicate crime? Sure, we may be able to implement societal measures that lower the occurrence of criminal behavior, but it's inevitable that at some point, someone will do something malicious. It's human nature, and no matter how perfect a system is, there are bound to be a few bad apples. Such is the case with most major societal problems. No matter how much we improve upon them, there always exist instances of failure. The tremendous scale and magnitude of most major world problems prevent us from tackling them in any meaningful way. As such, we as a society have abandoned the idea of radical change and slipped into the realm of incremental improvement in the areas of social, economic, and political change. We've accepted that the vast intricacies of these systems and their current consequences are indomitable, and that better is the best we can do. But this doesn't have to be the case. Today, I want to present you a framework to universally tackle world problems. And it's quite simple. I believe the best way to eradicate world problems is through large-scale, non-incremental thinking. Similarly to how you can't create a light bulb by trying to build a better candle, we can't create a society rid of the problems we currently face by trying to marginally improve it using existing solutions. We must think radically and do so in a way that yields radical, large-scale solutions that are A, driven by the value of being effective, and B, scalable through a technological underpinning. I'll begin by addressing the first part of this framework: valuing effectiveness. I believe most people are fundamentally altruistic. This is not just a belief of mine, but rather a scientific fact, as various anthropology studies have proven cooperative behavior to be key to evolutionary development. We thrive by helping others and generally want to do good. However, I also believe that being altruistic in itself isn't enough unless it also yields the best results possible. This is the idea behind effective altruism, a philosophy that advocates for doing the most good possible in the most effective ways possible, with an emphasis on scale. But this is quite contrary to how we often deal with issues in society today. Earlier, I brought up crime as an unsolvable universal problem. Solutions to crime today often take shape in the form of protests about violent occurrences or public policy surrounding law enforcement. And while these are well-intentioned efforts from altruistically minded individuals, they'll only help in the interim and do very little to eradicate crime as a problem for humanity. But what if we took a different approach to develop a radical solution that could both effectively and holistically address the issue? Let's take a moment to talk about A Clockwork Orange, a thought-provoking Stanley Kubrick classic that follows the story of a violent criminal who's given a treatment that limits his ability to commit crime completely. Though this was considered science fiction at the time, we may soon have the technology to do so within the coming decades. through our use of machine-to-brain interfaces being developed by neurotech startups and advanced artificial intelligence capable of discerning malicious thoughts, we may be soon able to build a system in which, through the use of technology, we may be able to both detect and subsequently prevent crime before it ever even happens. Now, I'd reckon most people would consider this to be dystopian. But the case can be made that giving away our autonomy to do harm is a small price to pay for a society that is absolutely free of violence and crime. As such, a long-term driven effective altruist may argue that if one were truly interested in eradicating crime, they'd be best served to either pursue a career in the field of AI or contribute to scientific organizations dealing with such breakthroughs. The tenets and approaches of effective altruism vary drastically depending on scope and time frame, but its central principle is quite simple. Do good things effectively with as much scale as possible. Effective altruism also forces us to prioritize the collective, to not let our personal grievances and objections prevent us from doing what yields the most benefit for society. Effective altruism is paramount in thinking radically, and I believe it's imperative for us to adopt this approach if we are to tackle the problems we face in a manner that is tangibly effective in the long term, rather than just ideologically pleasing today. The second part of this large-scale thinking framework entails technology, which I believe is the underlying element of scalability. Technology is the missing element from our current discourse on how to solve societal problems. Instead, we often opt for political solutions which lack scale. This is best seen in regards to the rather pressing issue of climate destruction, and one of its biggest components, climate change. A global existential problem that affects each and every one of us. Yet the best we've been able to do is convince an insignificant percentage of the population to make more eco-conscious choices and put in place regulations that are negligible relative to the scope of the problem. But what if we used the framework we discussed to tackle climate change? To start, we would need to prioritize our value of being effective. This means focusing only on truly large-scale solutions that can actually make a difference. The second part would entail what we just discussed, adding a radical technological element to the mix that could enable massive scalability. This is something tech startups uniquely understand. What allows tech startups to be disruptive is that they use technology as a means to scale. Various tech startups in Silicon Valley have already started working on geoengineering-related technologies. Geoengineering is a field dedicated to the large-scale intervention of our atmosphere to counteract the effects of climate change. Its proposed solutions range from machines that suck CO2 out of the atmosphere to building structures in outer space to deflect sunlight and drop the temperature of the planet. Now, I understand the hesitation that comes with technological solutions. That intuition is part of why people are so fundamentally dismissive of technology. But the alternative is that we continue with solutions that are only incrementally effective. And by the time they make enough of a difference to actually matter, it would already be too late. I want to make it clear that the responsibility of utilizing technology shouldn't solely lie in the hands of Silicon Valley tech startups, or even the private sector in general. It's an approach that world governments and social institutions should adopt, as they're the ones directly in charge of solving societal problems. As we look to the future, it's important for us to be bold, to make bold bets on radical solutions that prioritize effectiveness and are scalable through their technological underpinning. We shouldn't just try to vaguely make the world a better place, but instead ask ourselves what we can do to reinvent society into something beyond what it is today. And while we ought to fix the problems we face here, we will soon be confronted with new frontiers. From floating ocean cities to space colonization, we'll have plenty of opportunities to think radically and employ technology to build a society rid of the problems we currently face. We just have to be bold enough to try. Thank you.
Oh, what a great start to the event. Thank you, Siddharth. You certainly gave me a lot to think about. Hi, everyone. My name's Mallory, and I'm a third-year nursing student here. As a Las Vegas native, going to school across the country has not been easy, but I'm so grateful for the opportunity with TEDx to be an organizer and make a difference in the community that I now can call home. I started virtually as a curation member, and being in person in front of you is due to over a year's worth of work. We're finally in the light, and we're out of the tunnel. Our next speaker is Amanda Jefferson. She is the owner of Indigo Organizing and one of the world's first KonMari consultants. Amanda is also the co-host of the Good Enough-ish podcast and creator of the Organized Everyday Method. She helps people be comfortable having less stuff, less stress, and more space, and more time to live their best lives. Her talk is titled The Unspoken and Outdated Rules Living in Our Closets. Please welcome Amanda Jefferson on the TEDx stage.
I was in my friend's bedroom. I was helping her to declutter her closet. We were surrounded by the keep piles, the donate piles, and it was time to try on the babies. She put on a black blazer, turned and looked at herself in the mirror and said, "Ugh." I had to ask her what I always ask, which is a very neutral, "Well, what do you think?" Even though I was pretty sure, judging by her body language, that this was not going to be a keeper. She turned and looked at me and said, "The truth is, I hate it. But you know what they say, everyone should have a black blazer, so I'm going to keep it." My jaw dropped. I looked up at the heavens. What? They say everyone should have a black blazer? Who is they? And why are we following this rule? She just sort of shrugged and said, I know, but they say everyone should have a black blazer, so I'm going to keep it. And she put it right back in the closet. I could not stop thinking about that moment for weeks. I mean, I had had my fair share of black blazers. They were part of my power suits in my corporate days. But why did she keep that black blazer? And why did I? To fit in, to belong, to feel powerful, professional, to not ruffle any feathers, because they said we should. I started to think about how that black blazer might be one of many things that we wear because someone somewhere said that we should. Our closets are time capsules of these rules. They're unspoken, they're outdated, and they are ingrained in us. But when we stop to think about it, it's all very mysterious, actually. Who is they? Who made these rules? Let's do a little bit of digging into history and talk about one rule we all know well. Rule number 1, men don't wear skirts. Women wear skirts. That's the rule. But men have started showing up on the red carpet and on magazine covers wearing, gasp, skirts. They are breaking a rule. But where did this rule come from? Men have actually worn skirts since the beginning of humankind. They're easy to make, light and airy in hot climates. They're practical. It wasn't until horses were domesticated in Central Asia in 3000 BCE that pants became a more practical choice. It's a lot easier to ride a horse wearing a pair of pants than it is in a skirt. So horses became a symbol of power, and so pants became a symbol of power, of access, class, gender. Power dynamics at the time dictated that women didn't ride horses. So power dynamics at the time dictated that women didn't wear pants. And if they did ride a horse, they better do it riding awkwardly side-saddled in their skirt. So the patriarchy sends the message that pants mean power. So men, not skirts. That's an unspoken rule that lives in practically every man's closet. But when you stop to think about it, it seems like a pretty smart choice, right? I mean, I'm going to take a wild guess that the men on that red carpet on the magazine shoot did not need to ride a horse to that event. So why the heck did they need to wear pants? Let's tackle another rule that we all take for granted. Rule number 2, brides wear white. Brides, at least in Western culture, must wear white. Really? Said who? This rule likely dates back about 2,000 years ago to the Roman Empire, when brides wore white tunics. White represented purity and chastity and was a nod to Vesta, the Roman goddess of home, hearth, and family. White went out of fashion after the Roman Empire, and women instead wore their best dress because it wasn't a practical choice to wear white at a time when it wasn't easy to wash clothes. Enter a royal wedding. In 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert wearing a white gown, and the gown was featured in publications around the world. Women wanted to copy the fashionable queen, and suddenly white became a symbol of wealth and status. Why was white in particular a symbol of wealth? Well, if you wore white, that meant that you were wealthy enough to get married in a clean place versus the mucky environment so common in the industrial age. Fast forward to today, and even the most progressive women I know, including myself, proudly wear their white down the aisle. But why? Why do we still follow this rule? We do it because of deep cultural conditioning. We do it because it's a tradition. But do we want to continue to follow a rule that is based on women being pure, chaste, and ideally following the model of European royalty? Is that who we are? Is that what we still want? Let's take one more rule where we're starting to see an outdated rule become outdated in real time. Rule number 3, women should wear high heels. Ah, the high heels. It was actually men who wore high heels as a status symbol in the old days. We've all seen those images of men in their wigs and makeup and tights, and yes, skirts and heels. It wasn't until the Enlightenment that men decided that heels were frivolous and irrational, so they should be worn by women who are frivolous and irrational. Contrary to popular belief, heels at that time were not designed to make a woman look taller. They were designed to make them look smaller. The heel itself was hidden under these long, full, billowy skirts, but they wanted a tiny pointy heel to stick out from underneath to give the appearance of the woman looking smaller. Now, they wanted the appearance of the woman looking smaller. Now, those days of the billowy skirts are over, but I remember all too well my years of wearing those pointy heels. Before I started my business, I had a 20-year career working in corporate and academia, and those pointy heels were part of my power suit. I remember wearing my comfortable sneakers on my long commute, only to sit at my desk and begrudgingly take those sneakers off and put on my soul-sucking heels. And I would take those heels off under my desk every chance I got. But looking back, I see more clearly what was at play. Just 12 years ago, I was working in an Ivy League institution, wearing that daily power uniform of the heels and the blazers. We had a revolving door of vice deans come and go, always men. One new vice dean called an all-staff meeting and said, effective immediately, all women were required to wear pantyhose and could not have bare shoulders. They must wear a cardigan or a blazer, prompting many male supervisors to Google what the heck a cardigan was so that they could have that awkward conversation with their female reports. Oh, and by the way, any work-at-home arrangements that several new mothers had were null and void, effective immediately. It became abundantly clear to me and many of my female coworkers that this was about a lot more than a dress code. Me and the women in that room suddenly found ourselves with a lot less power and a lot more cardigans. Women today, new generations of women, can't fathom spending an entire workday in uncomfortable heels. They are trading in the heels and the rules for clothes and rules that work for them. So at this point, you might be staring at me and thinking, okay, Amanda, I've got the black blazer. Maybe you're even wearing one right now. I've got the closet full of pants. I wore the white. What now? I am right there with you. I've got the blazers. I've got the heels, some of them pointy. I wore the white. The difference is that I am waking up to it. I am starting to learn how these rules, masked as traditions, where they came from. And I'm starting to see all the times that I blindly followed these rules, even as a kid, especially as a kid. I remember one particular moment really well. We had just moved to a new town, and I was waiting at the bus stop for my first day of school at a new school, new town, waiting for 5th grade. All of a sudden, out of my peripheral vision, I see my new, cooler, older neighbor, John, come running at me, saying, "You can't go like that." And I looked down and said, "Go like what? What are you talking about? You have to roll your jeans." "Roll my jeans?" He says, "Yes, here we roll our jeans." So I knelt down and rolled my jeans, and he only got more frustrated. "Oh, forget it, not like that, I'll just do it." And he leaned down and did some sort of complicated fold and roll. And there I found myself on my first day at a new school with baggy jeans, ridiculously folded tightly at the bottom. Sure enough, I got to school and everybody had their jeans rolled the exact same way. Phew, crisis averted. Until I realized that all the girls were wearing the same exact trendy sneaker. Ugh, it never ends. All of this is to say that in many ways we're all sort of sleepwalking through life with this middle school mentality. We're trying to fit in, to belong, to not ruffle any feathers, to do what they say we should. But is that what we want? This is a time of great upheaval in our society, and there is a lot at stake. We are reclaiming our power. Whether it's men on and off the red carpet wearing skirts, or women ditching that infamous black blazer or the heels for more comfortable, less restrictive clothing, or not even identifying as a man or a woman at all. We are answering a call inside of ourselves, not from some mysterious they. This is basically just the patriarchy in disguise. I want to challenge us to dig deeper. I want us to ask, who is they? And why are they dictating what I put on my body, on my feet, and what I wear down the aisle? Let's all go back in time to that disheveled room where I was helping my friend. Instead of just collectively shrugging and putting that black blazer back in the closet because they said we should, I invite you to lean into the discomfort. I invite you to question that mysterious they and start thinking about how you can ruffle some feathers. Heck, maybe you keep the black blazer, maybe you wear the white, but you do it because you love it. But can you somehow start to create some signals to those rule makers that you're onto them and you're snapping out of it? I'm going to start ruffling some feathers. Will you? Thank you.
You're so right, Amanda. I will definitely be taking a look in my closet very soon. Next up is Alana Vandersloos. She is a certified intuitive eating counselor, author, and speaker. She is the founder of Freedom with Food and Fitness. Alana coaches and empowers those who want to heal their relationship with food, weight, and their bodies through intuitive eating and mindset work. Her talk is titled, Making Health and Wellness Accessible to All. Please welcome Alana Vandersloos on stage.
If I were to ask you to describe the ideal picture of health and wellness, what would you say? For me, it used to be two young white women, blonde hair and perfect ponytails, which any woman will tell you is an impossible feat, wearing Lululemon pants, smiling at each other, and carrying yoga mats and green juices. This picture is not only an attempt to sell health and wellness, or even the implicit message that we need to be thin, young, fit, and beautiful. The picture also conveys the message that if we don't have these things, then we have no business liking or respecting who we are. It's not only an oversimplified image of health, it's an exclusionary one, a fat-phobic, ableist, and elitist one. I say this standing before you as a young-ish, thin, white, middle-class woman. And that privilege is not lost on me. But in my 20s, I too suffered from this ideal image of health and wellness. My food and body image issues were never formally diagnosed. No one, not my family, my friends, or even my doctor, had noticed that I had placed my entire self-worth in my appearance because I was the fit, healthy one. But under the surface, I was mentally and physically beating against a current of social messaging that told me if I didn't put myself under the pressure to be thin, eat clean, and white knuckle a workout every single day, that I would have somehow failed, not worthy of love and acceptance. I'm living proof of just a few of the dangers that lie within this single story, this ideal image of health and wellness. This stereotypical and elitist image of wellness must first be recognized for what it is, and then challenged and dismantled. We need to not only broaden our vision of wellness, past the number on the scale, past putting that number first and our self-worth last, but to also help to facilitate and educate those in disadvantaged communities to pursue health, that they can pursue health, despite obstacles to do so. Camden is experiencing food apartheid. Others would prefer the term food desert. A food desert is a place where people's access to affordable, healthy food is limited due to a lack of nearby supermarkets. In fact, over 34,000 people in the city of Camden alone are experiencing food insecurity. Now, many consider the term food desert to be a misnomer. A desert, after all, is a naturally occurring ecosystem, whereas many believe food deserts are intentionally created through public policy and economic practice. Apartheid is perhaps a more appropriate term, as it speaks to systemic discrimination. Now, semantics aside, this isn't just a Camden problem. Last year, 1.3 million people in New Jersey experienced food insecurity. Zoom out even further, and you'll find that this problem affects 19 million Americans. According to World Bank, the number of people experiencing food insecurity globally was estimated to reach a staggering 222 million people in 53 countries and territories at the end of this past year. And as you might expect, the consequences of food insecurity are vast. Physical consequences range from slower healing of wounds, to stunted growth, to poor eyesight. Perhaps even more unsettling are the mental consequences of malnutrition, like slower brain development, decreased attention span, increased depression. But we knew that malnutrition led to poor health outcomes. So why don't these people just hop in the car and drive to the nearest supermarket? Well, this is where socioeconomics plays in. About 2.3 million Americans live more than 10 miles away from a supermarket and don't own a car. The fact that this happens in places below the poverty line perpetuates the idea that those who are not wealthy can't pursue health, that it's a luxury they can't afford. Now, add on a layer of marginalization. Communities of color experience more food and economic insecurity globally. This again reinforces the idea that those in marginalized communities can't pursue health, or at least the kind splayed on magazine covers and on social media. So what is there to do? While many propose tax incentives for grocery stores to break ground in these areas, most studies are finding that time and money are the biggest issues, not geography. So the big unanswered question becomes, how can people be healthy when they don't fit the typical picture of health? And beyond that, beyond the practical strategies of stretching time and money, how can we dismantle this stereotypical image in a way that allows people to feel like they deserve to pursue health? How can we breathe new life into the definition of what it means to pursue health to make it more inclusive? Well, first things first. Let's tackle some of the logistical solutions. Utilizing community gardens to grow your own produce, visiting local food pantries and soup kitchens, buying frozen fruits, vegetables, and meats. The latter has a stigma that continues to baffle me. Frozen foods can actually have more vitamins and nutrients. Fresh foods lose these over time, whereas freezing preserves them. But we've become a culture obsessed with fresh foods, and clearly not even because they're healthier for us, but because they elicit a certain aesthetic. And because they're more expensive, it creates a subtext about the type of people who get to buy fresh foods versus the type of people who have to buy frozen. But even with all these actionable tips, we still have the biggest issue of all. The second part of the unanswered question: how can we make health and wellness more inclusive? One way is to broaden what we consider healthy food. The past 20 years have seen a push toward organic, non-GMO foods. But from a nutritional standpoint, there's barely a difference. We demonize fast food chains, but many offer healthy options now, like grilled chicken salad and oatmeal with fruit. But still, we moralize the consumption of certain foods over others. The subconscious narrative creates an air of privilege around wellness. You're either in purchasing organic foods, or you're not. You're either part of the health club, or you're not. And membership to this club isn't even just contingent on our food habits. It's what side of the tracks we live on, whether we pay a rent or a mortgage, whether we own a gym membership. This caricature of optimal health has invaded so many facets of our lives. And I fear that we are passively subscribing to this version of health that leaves so many unable to afford the price of admission. The next way to create more inclusive health is to shift our focus for why we should be eating nourishing foods. So many sources out there speak of the obesity epidemic. The narrative has become, we must eat healthy so we don't get fat. This supports the idea that our weight is the most important factor in our health. And that's simply not true. Our body size and shape is determined largely by genetics, a whopping 80%. Therefore, a mere 20% comes down to lifestyle choices, only one of which is diet. So obesity as a result of food choices doesn't reveal the whole picture. What other factors are common among these groups to create poor health outcomes? Could it be, I don't know, increased stress to make ends meet? Poor air quality. The fact that over a quarter of people below the poverty line smoke, double the rate of those above the poverty line. That a child from a poor family is 7 times less likely to graduate high school. Instead of focusing solely on food in relation to health, we need to broaden what constitutes healthy behavior. Health includes factors like exercise. Sure, yoga and spin classes are fun, but they're also expensive. Can you find exercise equipment on Craigslist? Or do body weight exercises in your home? Can you use the stairs at work? Health also includes self-care. Massages and facials are luxurious, but you know what else can fill your cup? TV. When you're watching TV with someone, you are relaxing, laughing, connecting. These are essential for our mental health. But still, even for others, these strategies fall short. If we examine these tactics on a global scale, we have people who don't have freezers, or Facebook, or Netflix. What about them? This likely requires a more broad discussion of solutions, like education, empowerment, and the strengthening of our grassroots organizations. But it also starts with us here in this room, those who have the resources to access health and wellness. It's getting involved with organizations that provide global food assistance. It's communicating the importance of farmers markets to your local legislators. It's being mindful of how we purchase and use the foods we buy to minimize waste. But we can't use any of these strategies in any meaningful way if we don't learn to smudge our black and white thinking to create a gray area in which all can participate. Healthism conveys the idea that our health is not only completely in our control, but somehow a moral imperative. Healthism makes those that don't fit social media's version of health feel like failures. When we label foods as good and bad, and the bad foods are the only ones accessible to certain people, we are implicitly labeling these people bad, labeling them moral failures. This creates feelings of unworthiness that do nothing to turn a tide that has become generational. It only continues to turn a cogwheel of oppression and marginalization that still exists today. If we want to talk moral responsibility, we have the responsibility to recreate a version of health that is not moralized and elitist, but is multifaceted, flexible, and inclusive for all. This conversation is not enough to address the multi-systemic issues that have contributed to the inequities that we see in who gets to experience health and wellness. It's not enough to address the nuances not only of the problems, but of the solutions. But it is enough to implore us to consider our privilege. We have the resources to access health and wellness, but it is also our privilege to dethrone our idealized vision of health and wellness to be agents of change, to shatter the stigma, to help make health and wellness accessible to all, and to reaffirm to those who have been marginalized that they belong to the club not only of health, but of humanity. Thank you.
Your talk is applicable to our community, Ilana. Thank you for sharing. It is now time for a performer to join us on stage. Dylan Dixon is a classically trained multi-instrumentalist, poet, and composer. He is a senior here at Rutgers-Camden and has spent his time here cultivating his lifelong passion for art expression and creation. Dylan was a member of our TEDxRutgersCamden curation team, and we are so happy to have him back on stage today. Today, he will be presenting a piece titled The House of Woodcock by Johnny Greenwood.
It's a pleasure to have you on stage. Our next speaker is a certified parent coach. Destiny Ann uses compassion and the psychology of parenting to provide fun, digestible content for her community, all by teaching with empathy and empowering parents to shift the culture of their homes to more intention, grace, and presence. From the public school system to her own home, Destiny has been developing her connection-based approach for over a decade. Her talk is titled, No Bad Kids, How Labels Impact the Parent-Child Relationship. Please welcome Destiny Ann on stage.
Hey, it's good to see y'all. Y'all look beautiful. All right, we're gonna get started. What do you call a kid who whines and yells and doesn't listen? Kid who doesn't respect authority. Well, I'll tell you what you call that kid. You call that kid me. I'm sure a lot of you were thinking you call that kid bad, but you see, me and bad were sort of interchangeable terms when I was growing up. I lied, I cheated, I skipped school. I think my kids are gonna watch this, so I won't give them any more ideas, but basically, you name it, I did it. And so it wasn't really difficult for the adults in my life to describe me. If destiny equals bad behavior, and bad behavior equals a bad kid, destiny equals a bad kid. Case closed, problem solved. Destiny is a bad kid. And I heard that every single day, all day long from my parents, teachers, relatives. All amazing people, by the way, if you're watching, I love you so much, but they unintentionally gave me my first label. The bad kid. And you know what? After a while, I just stopped fighting it. I went from being the bad kid to the bad teen, and eventually the bad adult. And it sucked. It really sucked, y'all. I know the movies want us to think that the villains are living these glamorous lives with secret layers and witty comebacks. No, that's not the case. It's actually really lonely for the villain, and it's really unstable. We don't have long-lasting friendships. We don't have the best relationships, and we don't always get the best opportunities. So I said, you know what? This some BS. I want what the heroes get. I want the bestie. I want the relationship. I want the new car. So I did what they tell you to do when you're trying to change your life. Read a bunch of self-help books. And it actually worked for a while. I was forming new habits. I was accomplishing my goals. I was learning to speak with more compassion and empathy. And for the first time in my life, I thought, you know what? I'm a good person. No more bad kid, no more villain. Destiny is a good person. Yeah, that is until my toddler had her first grocery store tantrum. All that compassion and empathy and blah, 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 that went out the window. And if you've experienced this before, then you know exactly where I'm going with this. Got a screaming toddler on a dirty floor, got a bunch of judgy eyes staring you down as the aisle starts to cave in. It's terrible. And before I knew it, I started behaving like the bad mom. I grabbed her, I picked her up, started doing that talking through your teeth thing that only parents know how to do. Stop it right now. Started shaming her and blaming her. What's wrong with you? You're being ridiculous. It's not that serious. I started treating her like the bad kid. All my years of cleaning up my act, and there I was throwing an adult tantrum on aisle 6. I felt so defeated and so discouraged, and I just hung my head as I cried my way to the register. But all is not lost because I realized something very important that day, and it's this. Labels, especially those that we place on our children, are insidious. Not only do they keep us from having compassionate relationships with them, but they can keep them from having compassionate relationships with themselves. Too often, we teach our children to identify with their behaviors rather than seeing the truth of who they are as separate from those behaviors. And that's actually a really important distinction. It's the difference between saying you are a bad kid and you're not following directions. It's a lot easier to learn to follow directions when you don't believe that you're inherently defective. And so that's why I believe that what we call our children can shape their destiny. And the labels we give them dictate our expectations of them. And our expectations of them dictate the way that we teach, treat, discipline, and communicate with them. They dictate the way that we love them. I'll put it like this. When you believe that a child is bad, you treat them as if they're bad. And when you treat them as if they're bad, they start to believe they're bad. And when they believe they're bad, they continue to behave as if they're bad. And that is how the bad kid becomes the self-sabotaging adult. And it's actually not just with negative labels either. I want you to consider what would happen to the child that hears, "What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be the smart one," every time they make a mistake. We've seen that play out in adulthood. It's a person whose internal worth is based on their success and their achievements. But what happens when they fail? What happens when they don't live up to the label? Well, oftentimes they're consumed because they can't separate that internal worth and identity from their external success. And a lot of us do that, don't we? When we're scared, when we're stressed, when we're angry, our brains and bodies are just reactivated by the emotional memories that we're trying to run from. And that is why I lost it in the grocery store. And it's also why we really got to drop the labels. How do we do that, though? Well, we start by focusing on our children's internal experiences before we respond to their external behaviors. Y'all, we still gonna correct them, we still gonna discipline them, but we're gonna do that second and more mindfully and with more information. In their ugliest moments, rather than labeling them, we're gonna ask ourselves, what is my child experiencing right now? When they're struggling to apologize to their sibling, rather than labeling them as rude, we're gonna look at the shame and the embarrassment beneath their behavior. And we're gonna speak to those emotions before we teach them accountability. When they're struggling to sit still, rather than labeling them as out of control, we're gonna meet that need for movement, and we're gonna send them outside, y'all, not to time out. Now, when I realized this, it was huge, and it completely shifted the way that I see my daughter's bad behavior. And so if it's all right with you, I like to share what I did the next time she flopped like a fish. So, first, I just connected with her. I looked at her, and I got down on her level. I heard the pain in her voice. I saw the tears in her eyes. I got present. I want you to consider what getting present with your child would look like. Is it putting your phone away? Is it actually listening when they tell you about their day? And while we're at it, what would getting present with yourself look like? Is it taking a good deep breath in the morning before you reach for your phone? Is it driving home in silence? Is it prayer? Is it meditation? It's a really important question because presence is the quickest route to connection with our kids and with ourselves. And so after I got present, I got curious. Maybe this isn't manipulation. Maybe I can give her a more generous assumption. Maybe this is sorrow or disappointment or frustration, all emotions that I'm familiar with. And that thought instantly softened me. And then my calm presence softened her. And she said, "Mommy, I'm so sad. My toy broke in the car, and now I can't have any candy. I never get what I want." And because I was present, I was able to tune into her experience from a place of empathy rather than judgment. And I said, "Baby, that makes sense. What you're saying makes sense to me." When's the last time you told your child that they make sense? That their feelings and their emotions are valid? We often don't. Luckily, though, that day I did. And so once I validated her experience, she, my kid, at 3, was ready to move into problem solving and collaboration and cooperation. Not because of force or manipulation, no bad kid label, no bad mom label. She was ready to consciously choose a better behavior because I focused on her internal experience. And here's what's really cool. She's 5 now. And she is learning to focus on her internal experience and communicate it with her words rather than her behavior. And that is the foundation for emotional intelligence, something I definitely did not have as a kid. And so here's the thing. We can teach our kids effective, positive, productive behaviors while keeping their self-esteem intact. And we can do the same thing for ourselves. When the false labels come up, rather than running from them, we can sit with them. We can get curious. We can get information. And we can use that information to do what my daughter did in the grocery store and more consciously choose the behaviors that follow. So here's my last question for you. What do you call a mom who connects before she corrects, who listens more than she talks, and who is more curious than she is judgmental? That's me now, most of the time. I don't know if I'll ever completely drop my bad kid label. I'll probably always be a little spicy. I'm okay with that. But I am confident enough to tell you this. You are not a label. Our kids, our partners, even our parents, okay, they're not labels. And if we want to move away from the projections and the prejudices that keep us divided, then we're going to have to get down on the grocery store floor. We're going to have to hear ourselves. We're really, really going to have to hear our kids. And we're going to have to start seeing them as whole, complex, layered beings, not labels. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was a really impactful talk, Destiny. I'm sure everyone here took away something meaningful to better their relationships. Our next speaker grew up in 7 countries on 3 different continents. Tootie Tagerly coaches co-founders and tech leaders to embrace their unique leadership to achieve professional impact and sustainable company culture. She focuses on working with women, people of color, and immigrants. Previously, she was the design leader at design firms, startups, and large companies. Today, she writes for Harvard Business Review, Business Insider, and Fast Company. Her talk is titled, How Asian American Women Claim Their Leadership. Please welcome Tootie Tagerly on stage.
All right, let's play. Back in 1993, at the age of 16, I came to California as a first-generation immigrant to go to school at Stanford University. I was known for being a banana, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. I wanted to move away from my Thai Chinese heritage and my life in Asia and become someone completely different. I wanted to be white. As I rose up the ranks in Silicon Valley, I emulated this traditional command and control style of leadership, putting on this armor of inspired passion and supreme confidence that I would always know how to solve the problem. I didn't want to consider the intersectionality of race and gender and how it was actually core to my leadership. I didn't want to be an other. I didn't want to face the stereotypes. Stereotype 1, good worker bees, bad leaders. Asian Americans comprise 57% of the tech workforce, yet are vastly underrepresented in the top leadership positions. Asian women have a double bind of race and gender, and according to US employment data, they, along with Black women, are the least likely to be promoted to the top positions. It's a double glass ceiling reinforced with rigid bamboo bars. In my research interviews, I talked to many women who described others calling them hardworking worker bees, but not strategic, creative, or outspoken enough to be made managers. And some parts of stereotypes exist because they're true. I spoke to 27 women from 16 countries, and when asked about values, 100% of them said hardworking. Many of us are familiar with the immigrant mentality of quietly hustling to get the job done. There's a Japanese saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Stereotype 2, Asian Americans already have privilege as the model minority. It's a cultural expectation placed upon this group of immigrants that each of us will be smart, hardworking, and obedient. There's a pressure to live up to this stereotype. This might be born from the Asian cultural value of education. 70% of Asian Americans have a college degree, as opposed to 38% of the general population. But a model minority is still a minority. Asian Americans are people of color, viewed as more privileged than Black, Latino, or Indigenous women, yet still an other. It shows up in the smallest of ways, in the safety of a corporate workplace, when somebody says, "Oh, your English, it's so good." And it shows up in larger ways outside this bubble when we live in fear that our parents or us may be randomly targeted on the streets with the recent uptick in anti-Asian violence. While parts of stereotypes may be true, we can choose to move beyond them. I spent 22 years in the corporate world as a design leader. I'm now in my second career as an executive coach to women, people of color, and immigrants. I'm here to tell you that we can move beyond our model minority status and step into an integrated leadership that honors our lineage values and modern workplaces. This message isn't just for Asian women. I'm going to share 3 universal strategies for how to lead when you feel like an other in the corporate world. Strategy 1, move from humility to advocacy. I spent many years when I worked in a large tech company having career conversations with Asian women on my team. I noticed that some of them seemed stumped when I asked them about their 3-year career aspirations. One woman explained it to me like this: I was brought up to think about the overall well-being of the entire group. It feels selfish to think about me and my career aspirations. My parents never wanted me to think like that. Many Asian women, especially early on in their careers, get the job done, work hard, and say yes to whatever task the boss assigns. The assumption is that this behavior will get you noticed, recognized, and rewarded. It's what worked in school. Remember, we're highly educated. It's what we were taught. None of us wanted to be that nail that gets hammered down. But unfortunately, that's not how corporate America works, as shown by the dismal number of Asian American women in the top positions. Here's what you do about it. You start advocating for what you want. This is the advice I gave those Asian women on my team, and which I give to some of my coaching clients. First, understand what parts of your job fulfill you. Right now, think back to your last work week and consider what activities give you energy and get you in a state of flow. Do you get energy from writing code, crafting a presentation storyline, or maybe researching legal briefs? Do you get energy from collaborating with certain types of people? Consider these hours you spend at work and consider what ones of these enliven you and charge your batteries. Next, start advocating for more of these energizing activities. Have a conversation with your boss and tell them about the work that you do best. Set some boundaries. Let's play with some experiments and say no to the work that drains you. Strategy 2, find your people. When you're part of the minority at work, it's natural to feel imposter syndrome and wonder if you really belong here. What helps is finding 2 groups of people to help you. The first is your allies. This is where you look for people similar to you. I recently spoke with a Chinese-American venture capitalist who founded the Global Women in Venture Fund. Within this group of CEO and co-founders, these women were used to standing out. As entrepreneurs, they built their careers out of being singular, to stand out, to be different. It's the path of a lonely warrior. Yet when they finally found themselves in a room with other women like them within this global women in venture community, there's a feeling of, this is nice. That letting go, that soft sigh, that ability to put down those boxing gloves for just a minute. That's the feeling of finding your tribe and feeling like you belong. The second group of people is your allies. This is where you look for people different than you for diversity of thought. I spoke with a Thai engineering leader about mentorship. She found the most confident white man she knew and asked him to be her mentor because it's mind-blowing how differently they think. At the end of the mentorship, she realized, I never want to lead like that. Yet through working with him, she learned how to lead without cheating who I am. Goosebumps, right? Some women do this by creating a personal board of directors, by assembling a group of diverse advisors to surround yourselves with different perspectives. So finding your people, it's about finding your allies who are similar to you and finding your tribe who's similar to you and finding your allies who are different than you. Both matter. And this message isn't just for Asian women. It's for anyone who wants to be a better leader. Strategy 3, claim your differences. Make these values your strengths. When listening to this talk, it can seem that lineage values might be holding some Asian women back. That being a quiet leader, listening first, or thinking communally might be weaknesses in a corporate workplace. Yet the strongest reclaiming of heritage is to take these perceived weaknesses and reclaim them as strengths. One of my clients, Soraya, is a first-generation Indian American. She was brought up with a lot of respect for her elders, and that translates to doing a lot of listening. Soraya ran a large product org, and she was known for her consensus building and her ability to get all these wildly opinionated stakeholders on the same page. Nobody else led like her. She was the only one capable of getting her company's largest, most complicated project to completion. Her consensus building and her empathy were her superpowers. Many Asian women don't feel like we fit into the standard leadership styles of corporate America, where what's celebrated is having the loudest voice, being unafraid to interrupt others, and becoming effortlessly brilliant with an answer on your feet. That doesn't typically correspond to Asian cultural values. Yet, like Soraya, what we think of as a weakness is actually our greatest source of strength. You might not be a quiet leader like Soraya. I certainly wasn't. As a creative director at world-class design firms, I put on this bravado, this armor of performance and expertise. I did it because that's how all the other male creative directors around me led. But it wasn't good enough. Having this leadership style come from a woman of color felt off to many clients. But more importantly, it was my armor. It wasn't me. It wasn't until years later where I felt comfortable enough to soften into a leadership style of candor and compassion that my career soared. I needed to tap into my Thai self with the gentle laugh and genuinely caring smile of a culture that says, "Jai yen yen," keep a cool heart, while also being fiercely direct. So claiming your differences is about looking at values from when you grew up that might have been discarded in the midst of corporate culture. It's making your otherness your strength. We've talked about moving from humility to advocacy, finding your people, and making your otherness your strength. I spent many years downplaying my race. Remember that banana? And then fighting for feminism. I've now learned that my leadership needs to incorporate all aspects of my identity and also the system we live in. because we live in a system of unconscious bias where well-meaning strangers will ask me, "Where are you really from?" with San Francisco not being an acceptable answer. Or where traits in a woman are called aggressive when these very same traits are called assertive in a man. Or where there's a belief that Asian women should be submissive and compliant. These 3 strategies applies to everyone who identifies as an other. You see, we're all in this system together, and we can dismantle the stereotypes they see of us. We can be hardworking and outspoken. We can be quiet leaders and advocate for ourselves and our teams. We can step into our integrated leadership that honors our lineage and succeed in workplaces not built with us in mind. This is how we reclaim our leadership as an other. Thank you.
Thank you, Tootie. That was great. It's an extremely important talk, and you truly shared some great strategies. As we get ready to leave for lunch, I wanted to thank Ruse, the artist that created the beautiful artwork you might have seen outside. And if you haven't, the showcase is titled Dear Gaia, and it explores the changing natural worlds, connecting people and relationships to plants, animals, and the global environment for each of the 7 continents on Earth. So please check it out on your way out to lunch. And as Kayla leads everyone out, I just want to mention that you're welcome to leave your non-valuables and your swag bags and things here. We'll be right back in here in an hour after lunch in the campus center.
I will now lead everyone out for lunch. We will go row by row from left to right to keep things organized. Also make sure that you're wearing your badge upon arrival in the NPR so that way you can receive your lunch.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you lead them.
back, everyone. I hope you were able to enjoy some food and converse with fellow attendees. We'll be back there soon for the meet and greet, where you'll get a lot more time. Now on with the show. Our next speaker on the TEDx stage is Lisa Nelson. She is a communications strategist and consultant for organizations. She has worked for Las Vegas advertising agencies, Las Vegas Represent, before joining the nonprofit sector, where she secured more than $25 million in funding and ultimately launched her own business, Carusi Communications. Her talk is titled, "Are Your Charitable Efforts Perpetuating Broken Systems?" Please welcome Lisa Nelson on stage.
On the day of my first move into a new home, I was packing up my car when I received a frantic phone call. It turns out a boy named Jake was having a different moving experience. I had come to know Jake as the volunteer advocate assigned to him when he entered foster care. I could hear Jake crying in the background as his foster parents explained he's being removed from their home and was refusing to leave. For me, this day marked the first time in my life that I would pack up and move. For Jake, it was his 5th move, and he was only 7. It's typical for a child in foster care to be moved around frequently, sometimes upwards of 10 times. And while moving between shelters and foster homes, their belongings are often packed into trash bags. The advertising industry, which was my day job, saw this as a messaging opportunity. Portray children, crying, traumatized, carrying trash bags. Advertising relies on provocative imagery like this to trigger an emotional reaction. Campaigns like this are known to generate high levels of views, clicks, and shares, and in this case, secure an overwhelming amount of suitcase donations. You would think campaigns like this are successful, wouldn't you? What I know from working with great nonprofits is that when we measure success based on typical marketing metrics like click rates and shares, there are a few things that we miss. We miss the opportunity to assess the long-term effects of our actions. We forget to ask, did we make the right impact? And we miss how we might unintentionally cause harm. As someone who's been involved with the foster care system for nearly a decade, I witness how campaigns like this oversimplify the public's understanding of the needs and identities of children in foster care. You might be thinking, the campaign did inspire people to donate suitcases. Surely that is better than a trash bag. Follow me for a moment to Jake's foster home that day. When I arrived, I could hear him crying from the driveway. I'm greeted at the door by his foster parents, a friendly, elderly couple visibly at a loss for what to do. Following the sound of Jake's voice, I make my way towards the stairs, and there they were, the famed trash bags. Everything Jake has ever owned filled 2 of them. I'm just staring at these bags thinking, wow, the ads really are true. Suddenly, my gaze is interrupted by Jake, who grabs one of the bags, drags it down the hall, and tosses it back into the empty room that for almost a full year was starting to feel like home. Not even a full year, and this was Jake's longest stay since entering the system. He was only 4 when he was removed from his parents' care and separated from his siblings. The experience was traumatizing then, and it has remained traumatizing ever since. I often think about Jake's mother. If she just had the resources to provide adequate care for her children or to leave an abusive situation, I wonder what could be possible. But despite the possibilities, we are left with a heartbroken and terrified child experiencing yet another major disruption. Jake looks at me. and he tells me he feels hopeless. Repeating the plea he's now been making for hours, he says, "This isn't right. Please, I don't want to go someplace new again." There's no way I could imagine merely handing this child a suitcase. A suitcase is a better way to travel, but that's not the problem we need to be solving. A child spends less time in the system when they have at least one consistent person who knows them, understands what they've been through, and advocates for them. Changing antiquated policies and practices can reduce the number of times a child is moved. Investing in resources and early intervention for families in crisis can prevent entry into the system in the first place. But as a result of imagery portraying children with trash bags, the public's understanding of what a child like Jake needs is a suitcase. When children in foster care themselves see this imagery, they are left to wonder, this is how the world understands me? All humans, especially children, deserve to see themselves portrayed with dignity and to feel like their needs and experiences are truly understood. But when playing on human emotion is fundamental to spreading content about complex societal issues, people react to a single symptom of a deep-rooted, unchecked, and broken system. Do you know that people who have spent time in foster care experience PTSD at twice the rate of US war veterans? It's not just the incidents that land children in the system that create trauma. Physical abuse accounts for less than 16% of cases nationally. Neglect and other circumstances make up an overwhelming 84% of cases. It's not horrific abuse or a lack of love that's tearing most families apart and perpetuating their trauma. It's the effects of poverty and other broken systems, food insecurity, inadequate housing, and unaddressed physical and mental health, notably drug addiction. Rather than supporting efforts to help families access treatment, escape poverty, and overcome crisis, we typically deal with these broken systems with the same surface-level approach. Humans experiencing homelessness receive more of our unwanted items than advocates fighting for a better system where all humans are nourished and housed. The need for shoe drives year after year should challenge us to investigate what's pushing more and more families into poverty. School supplies are donated to students within a school system that isn't preparing them with the skills and knowledge to thrive. Desmond Tutu put it this way: we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. To campaign for human dignity and repair broken systems is to push for public resources and services that will prevent people from falling into rivers. That's not as easy as donating material goods. But where things feel complicated or emotionally difficult to act upon is where humanity's collective understanding and mindful action is needed the most. There's value in efforts to reduce waste and ensure people have the material possessions needed to get by. But when material needs are met without structural solutions, we not only leave a broken system unchecked, we also reinforce a superiority complex, gracefully perceiving ourselves as the hero, the fixer, the leader, the good one, the smart one, the moral one. What does that do for our perception of people who need help? Research shows that the public perceives people struggling with drug addictions as weak and moral failures. But the common factors contributing to addiction are not personal flaws. They're often societal factors too. Poverty, educational disparities, and access to healthcare play a role here too. Reducing a human's experience down to a judgment of their moral capacity creates the conditions for broken systems to remain broken. The public's negative attitudes towards people with the treatable condition of drug addiction has a negative effect on insurance and housing and employment policies that are conducive to recovery. So where do the negative perceptions come from? Let's revisit my old day job. The average American consumer is now exposed to over 4,000 advertising and media messages per day. That's up from 500 per day in the 70s. And it's no secret that the messaging we persistently encounter quietly influences the way we think, feel, behave, even the way we automatically and effortlessly perceive one another. Responsible advertising and media professionals can do better, leveraging that same power that messaging has in instilling bias, developing stigmas, and deepening division. Good communications can revolutionize the way we come to understand and tackle problems. If what we're really after is to fully solve problems and alleviate suffering, public messaging should uplift, empower, and showcase a genuine understanding of the fully dimensional human experience. I often dig for a simple solution to ensure all the content we're exposed to is dignified, authentic, and reliable. But 4,000 advertising messages per day puts a responsibility on each of us to be more critical consumers of information. And although it often takes place subconsciously, for a message to effectively influence our perception requires the mind's permission. And so I'll leave you with one simple but essential first step. The next time you encounter emotionally triggering content, take a moment to dissect your emotions, assumptions, and thought process. If you catch the mind passing moral judgment, shift the focus away from the individual and instead be curious about the systems or the lack of support around them that might contribute to their circumstances. Our world's potential will be transformed if we habitually check our own mindsets and respond to the suffering around us with large-scale solutions that could render charity unnecessary. That's worth making temporary sacrifices to our own comfort and convenience in the pursuit of real progress. Thank you so much.
Such a powerful talk, Lisa. That certainly gave me a lot to think about. Next up is Brittany Ellers, the founder of Being Better, where she offers holistic and accessible pelvic physical therapy and educates people around the globe on the importance of reproductive health. She is passionate about helping people express their body, mind, and spirit for a fully embodied life, beginning at the root of it all, the pelvis. Now, she is continuing to spread her message on the importance of holistic pelvic health through her newest project, the Pelvic Pulse podcast. Her talk is titled Shedding the Stigma Around Periods. Please welcome Brittany Ellers on stage.
I want to paint you a picture, a little version of me just reaching those awkward middle school years. I'd gotten my period and cut my hair to a regrettable length in trying to claim control over my being. You'd see I'd spent the early years of my life asking for forgiveness, apologizing for my body and its natural processes. Puberty, including menstruation, was happening amongst all my friends in school, and yet there was a load of embarrassment, far from feeling free in my body. Fast forward to my older years, where my profession has led me to learning the ins and outs of women and vulva owners' bodies. I'm now face to face with people who bleed monthly, who are in perimenopause, and who are postmenopausal, helping them with their pelvic health. It's not wild to think about how difficult it is to talk openly and honestly about women and vulva owners' bodies, commonly met with shame, embarrassment, and discomfort. A lot of people struggle with body talk, especially around menstruation. It's gross. I'm gross. These cramps are killing me. It looks like Shark Week in my underwear. I'm sorry about X, Y, Z. We must shed the harmful and negative stigmas around periods specifically and move towards a feeling of freedom and, dare I say, hope around our bodies and cyclical nature. So what does that look like? The steps in between look a bit hairy, perhaps even a little bloody. It's not an easy process to let go of what's been ingrained in us for so long, but it is damn worth it. First, let's take a look at where we face the stigmas on our bodies from menstruation through menopause, because perhaps if we shine a light on it, we can begin to shed the shame. Stigma is found and perpetuated first and foremost when it's most impactful. Back in those middle school years when we first receive sex education, which is when most menstruators reach this phase of development. However, as things stand right now, the emphasis is more about what big, hairy, and scary changes are going to happen to our bodies and abstinence to not get pregnant. Our youth are separated in their education sometimes too, creating even more of a divide in understanding each other. Creating even more of a divide in understanding each other. A huge pillar that exists for us to step towards freedom is education. Education about our bodies and what's happening is paramount, and yet the stigma around menstruation and its end at this point in our world's history limits access to helpful or accurate information. It also limits some young people's ability to even receive the proper period care products. When a young person is so freaked out by the surprise in their pants and they don't understand what's happening, we've lost. Against a stigma that disempowers us to teach and for others to learn about their bodies. And it continues long past those formative years, even when we step into adulthood. Ask yourself about the last time you had a doctor's appointment, pap smear, or even the last time you were intimate with someone. Did you apologize for your body in any way? If you did or have before, it's okay. When we know better, we do better. I'd rather we recognize the why. Most likely, there's a story of body shame or stigma that's been instilled in us. But have you ever heard a man apologize for his body? Right. So we don't need to either. The stigmas around the could-be awful side effects, messiness, and dirtiness is often heavily implied in social media. Remember how those advertisements for period products used blue liquid to prove how effective they were? Videos on TikTok are just now able to use red liquid. And can we also talk about the subtle language we see in big box retailers? Feminine hygiene and sanitary napkins imply that this process needs to be cleaned up, when in reality, we can accept its existence and care for it. What would happen if instead of this language, we just called it menstrual or period care products? Now, think about the last time you had a question or needed help with regards to your period. Who did you feel safe going to? We often don't know who or how to ask for support in school or at work when our menstrual health is irregular or impacting our lives negatively, like with heavy flows, painful cramps, migraines, debilitating brain fog, nausea, and low back pain, which are all obvious signs that something isn't quite right and we should be paying attention to those. But when we are able to speak up about our bodies, we're often seen as weak or incapable, especially if we're pregnant or experiencing perimenopause, so we risk dropping out of school or losing our jobs when our menstrual health just needs deeper understanding and compassion. I, for one, am worried about the amazing minds of menstruators that we as a society are missing out on when we ignore or demean our body's processes, especially in the nations where period poverty limits access to needed products to keep menstruators in school. And truth be told, we have our periods around 400 times in a lifetime. By the end of this phase of our lives, whether or not we have kids, women and uterus owners slide into perimenopause, where hormones sometimes go haywire and things may become a mystery again. The change is made to feel dreadful. Like, now you're actually replacing this cyclical aspect of being with hot flashes, mood swings, and night sweats. It's portrayed in the media and movies that menopause is not an enjoyable process. And maybe it's not meant to be enjoyed per se, but what if the stigma around periods and then menopause was gone? And we saw each of these chapters of our lives as a chance to step more fully into ourselves, to feel more fully embodied, to feel free with a peace of mind around our bodily changes because we know ourselves and have support. That could make the process of menstruation and then menopause more enjoyable. But because the stigma is there, we're unable to talk about it openly all the time. The very fact that the stigma exists stops us from getting to a greener side, a more enjoyable side, a side where maybe we could actually feel free in our bodies with a priceless comfort and confidence. I actually view these stages in life with their own layers of freedom, and I've worked really hard to get to this viewpoint, as well as in feeling free and comfortable in talking about it. And it all started with my period. I got to know my 4 different phases after coming off hormonal birth control and really began to embrace each aspect of my menstrual cycle, from follicular phase to my period. And my immediate thoughts when I first learned about the 4 phases and their superpowers was that I wish everyone could learn this information right off the bat in middle school health class. When you have a monthly bleed, you're free to embody change. You're free to embody nature and ever-evolving energy. No one should expect you to be the same person every day, because you're not. Taking education back to basics with an enriched approach and an honoring towards each bodily process, phase, and function will help us take back the sacredness of something so special and magical in menstruation. We don't just have to teach what's happening biologically, but we can equip young menstruators with what the superpowers of each phase are. What if instead of perpetuating a patriarchal belief that we are weak, emotional, or so hormonal, we were celebrated for reaching this stage of development with period parties? What if every menstruator were gifted things to adorn our bodies, things that would empower us to take care of our bodies and hormones? I mean, we bleed each month and don't die. Freedom looks like having the access to the period product of our choice without being taxed extra for it. That way, we're able to care for our bodies, continue to go to school or work, and create the impact we're meant to make in our communities. When you're perimenopausal, you're also free to experience change and given a beautiful opportunity to give yourself what you need. What if at work you could take those health days off to care for yourself and support your well-being without the fear of losing out on an opportunity or to lose your position completely? There'd be no triple guessing if we deserve the support. We'd be able to just ask. Feeling free in your body is deeply understanding it and being able to honor it without fear of repercussions. It's knowing exactly what feels off because you've tracked your cycle from the start, paid attention through the years, and you know your body better than anyone else. You've been taught the signs, and you know who or what to reach for to help. When you're postmenopausal and your bleed is no longer around, you're free of worrying about the possibility of getting pregnant. You're free to be with the cycles of the sun, moon, and stars, back on a circadian rhythm like our male counterparts. You can be confident in your ability to nourish your body, supply it with daily joy, pleasure, and comfort, because hopefully, at this point, you've never felt more at home in your body. Freedom looks like being able to continue to pursue your goals and dreams because you still have the capacity to create life, whether that's a new project, business, or partnership. For people to come to this place of no fear, full embodiment, and freedom, we need to come to accept what is. We need to accept that menstruation is a natural, beautiful process that is actually a litmus test for our overall health. And we need to continue taking it out of the shadows and into the light. So, my question to you is, would you rather stick with the stigmas, the commiserating, wavering confidence, and apologies for things that are natural? Or would you rather shed all that, usher in a paradigm shift for periods, embrace and embody your cyclical nature, and find freedom? Personally, this feels like a no-brainer. Because when you give a young girl or menstruator the education, the access to care, and the love and acceptance that is our birthright, we grow up to be the fully awake, embodied, and empowered leaders, CEOs, homemakers, and shakers who offer the world a brighter future. Thank you.
That was a talk I really resonated with, so thank you so much, Brittany. And for our next performer on stage, I would like to invite Visionary, a poet. She's an award-winning poet and a legal scholar who believes art is one of the most powerful forms of activism. Her company, Visionary the Brand, is a mindful company committed to leveraging conscious art in the service of community. Her poet is titled The London Bridge. Please welcome Visionary on the TEDx stage.
Every bridge is a community of matter, cemented together to serve a purpose beyond itself. In this way, I am selfless. When I was being assembled, I dreamt of the way that minivans would one day glide across my body with hearts as opened as their windows and minds as eager as their speedometer. I dreamt of wide eyes, of overstuffed suitcases, of smiles the size of Texas. Sometimes I even dreamt of sedans filled with silence, of the balance they'd bring to bridges like me. My biggest fear was becoming a drawbridge. I feared the pain of splitting my spine in two as often as boats desired to pass beneath me, bending, cracking, splitting, bending, cracking, splitting, the agony of it all. The agony of it all. The agony of it all. Frankly, I wanted to be more beautiful than functional. You know, the type of bridge that everybody noticed, savored, pulled out their phone to record a real sight to see. It's why I wanted to be like the Golden Gate Bridge. And I became just like her, you know? Iconic, a statement piece, bridging two worlds together the way sky bridges dawn and dusk. I was 15 the first time depression drove down my spine in a sports car. Funny what flashy things are capable of hiding when nobody bothers to look beyond the tinted windows. He said, "I don't want to live anymore." And the words spilled out of his exhaust pipe. I immediately smelled the potency of it. Depression and global warming go together real bad. The voices in his head grew louder than the song on his radio, louder than the song on his radio, louder than the song on his radio. He accelerated, burning skid marks the length of a suicide note into my spine, and I tried to distract him with my beauty, but it was the first time I felt I wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. He made a diving board of me, fed his entire existence to the ocean I was designed to protect him from. And I searched for answers in that ocean all night long, bending and cracking and splitting, bending and cracking and splitting. The agony of it all. I guess I became a drawbridge after all.
Amazing work, visionary. Thank you for joining us today. Raquel Martin is a licensed clinical psychologist, assistant professor, and research scientist that holds her PhD in medical and clinical psychology. Dr. Martin specializes in racism-related stress, racial identity development, and anti-racist and anti-oppressive care. As a research scientist and author, she contributes to the growing narrative regarding mental health disparities, racial identity, and trauma-based intervention. Her talk is titled, "You're Doing It Wrong: The Evolution of Cultural Competence." Please welcome Dr. Raquel Martin on stage.
Last week, I walked out of a training from my colleagues feeling a sense of exhaustion and frustration. And this is not the first time I have felt this way. When I leave these trainings, I typically feel like they have doubled down on stereotypes rather than provided me with ways to address my biases and practice anti-racism. Cultural competency and diversity trainings are so prevalent these days, and they should be, as we venture to a space of acknowledging, addressing, and understanding the impact that power, prejudice, and privilege has on this world and all those that reside in it. However, the truth is, typically when I attend these trainings, I find them to be a waste of my time. And that is heartbreaking to me, because we are worse off due to these poor trainings that do not provide us with ways to improve the human experience. I take personal offense to these lackluster trainings because in the many roles that I hold, I see the impact that subpar cultural understanding, limited cultural humility, and outdated cultural knowledge has on the world. I see the impact as a professor. When my students come to me and share that once again they have been invalidated and the victims of racism by my colleagues in academia. I see the impact as a scientist when I look at statistic after statistic regarding the number of Black patients and patients of the global majority that feel seen when they visit their doctors. These patients are significantly more likely to be misdiagnosed because the biases that their doctors hold impact their ability to do an appropriate assessment and do their job. I see the impact as a licensed clinical psychologist when I work with patient after patient after patient regarding ways to deal with the impact of oppression that they experience in the workplace, in their neighborhoods, and sometimes in their own families. And I see the impact as a Black woman in America who often has to convince others that I am not a threat simply because of the color of my skin or the fact that my hair defies gravity. I see the impact every day. You know, so many people attempt to teach about cultural competence and the role of cultural competence without understanding the history behind the term. Did you know that when professor and psychologist Dr. Daryl Wingsu coined the phrase cultural competence, he stated that it is not possible to be fully versed on a group of people in your lifetime. It's true, he actually stated that it is more important to have experiential learning, to engage with people that don't look like you, who from different walks of life as human beings, than it is to focus on the academic trainings, the cognitive understanding that so many of these diversity trainings seek to embody. But that's not really how we're taught cultural competence, is it? Every year we are mandated to go to at least one mandatory training. Most of the time, it is in February. We all know why it is typically in February. And then we see a speaker, we watch a webinar, we check off a box, we get the certificate, and too often the education ends there. No afterthought, no follow-up, no experiential learning. And that was never how it was meant to be. When we treat cultural competence like an achievable goal, like a finish line to be crossed, we completely miss the mark. And we do injustice to all those that will be significantly impacted by our ignorance, by our insensitivity, and by our inconsideration. I unfortunately have witnessed many incidents of poor cultural competence, but one that always sticks with me was during a panel, planning session between licensed clinical psychologists. The purpose of the session was to identify ways to teach distress tolerance to a group of Black youths. We typically do this by stimulating some form of stress that is deemed reasonable, and then allowing the children to practice their coping skills in a safe environment. This is typically done by showing a scary movie clip, but this year, a psychologist proposed that they change the scene to a scene from the movie Crash, which depicted police brutality. The offenders were European American police officers, and the victims were a Black couple. I want you to think of how abominable a decision it was for licensed mental health professionals whose job it is to contribute to the mental healing of youths, to decide that showing a scene that depicted police brutality would create what is deemed as a reasonable amount of distress in Black youths. I often wonder what contributes to these poor decision-making, especially among licensed mental health professionals. I believe it happens because the way we seek to understand and learn more about individuals from diverse backgrounds and cultures is limited to Zoom meetings and workshops and webinars. I want to share some data with you so I can fully help you understand and humanize the experience of what poor cultural competence contributes to. Black boys and girls are respectively 3 and 6 times more likely to be suspended from school than their European American peers for displaying the same behaviors. In 2003, the Institute of Medicine published a 700-page document entitled Unequal Treatment. This revealed that Black patients have a higher mortality rate when it comes to heart disease, cancer, and HIV and AIDS than any other US racial or ethnic group. And this disparity is not due to differences in access to care. In fact, at equivalent levels of access to care, Black and Hispanic patients are significantly less likely to receive gold standard treatments that are known to treat medical disorders, including heart attacks. There's even disparity in the effectiveness level of medical apparatus. Pulse oximeters are used every single day in hospitals to measure the level of oxygen in the blood. They are used with disorders such as pneumonia, lung cancer, and asthma. However, a study in 2022 revealed that they are less effective in individuals with dark skin pigmentation, like Black patients. The inability to appropriately measure the level of oxygen in the blood can contribute to a number of medical difficulties and possibly death. A study of over 4,700 participants revealed that Black patients are more likely to be subjected to dominant communication styles from their doctors, less likely to be provided with all the treatment options, and less likely to be engaged in participatory decision-making for their own medical care. And if we go back to the development of the field of medicine, we will come across J. Marion Sims, a man who is lionized as the father of modern gynecology and who perfected his technique by operating on enslaved African women without anesthesia and certainly without their consent. I often see these things happen in therapeutic care as well. I want to put you in the driver's seat so you can understand how this can manifest in the therapeutic process. A patient comes to your office, a Black woman comes in, and she is seeking mental health care. After you do an assessment, you identify the fact that she is having difficulty identifying her strengths and abilities. She often feels like a fraud in her environment, and she is having such difficulty meeting her goals. So you collaborate together to identify a plan. You decide to start with assertiveness training. It is an effective treatment when it comes to anxiety and stress, but it doesn't work. During the next appointment, she shares that she is having difficulty identifying any positives in her life. When she thinks about goals, when she thinks about what she can achieve, she can't identify one. So you propose the use of a gratitude journal, but it doesn't work. During the next session, you do more digging. And she shares that she has never experienced this form of feeling like an imposter before. Typically, she thrives in all her environments. And that is when you decide to empower her. You share that she simply needs to be authentic in her space, and people will welcome her obvious intellect and her vivacious personality. And that is where you lost her. She ghosts you, and she does not come back for another session. Now, as the clinician in the room, you do what anyone does when they are ghosted, personally or professionally. You ask yourself why. What happened? You walk yourself through the steps. You utilize patient-centered care because your training taught you that so often Black patients aren't even engaged in treatment options, they're just given to them. You empowered her and used a strength-based perspective because you learned in your training so often Black patients are treated from a framework of deficits, which is also harmful. You did everything that you were taught to do. But what you missed is what wasn't included in the training. And what so often is not included in the trainings because they seem to make others uncomfortable. And that is the fact that when your skin is weaponized, everything is a privilege. Authenticity is a privilege because everything can be perceived as a threat. From the tone of your voice to the way that you wear your hair. Did you know that Black women were 1.5 times more likely to know someone who was sent home for their hairstyle or to be sent home for their hairstyle? And this isn't limited to the workplace. Hair discrimination has been found in youths as young as 5 years old. The Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair is a piece of legislation that was created by 4 phenomenal women who felt that Black individuals should not be held back and discriminated against in the workplace and in school because of the way that they wore their hair. However, not even 50% of states in the United States have enacted this piece of legislation. In fact, although it passed the House in March 2022, it was blocked in the Senate in December 2022. I want you to think about that for a second. How many times when you think of privileges do you think about authenticity? When you take a step to ruminate on that, I want you to ask yourself, has legislation ever had to be passed so that you were not retaliated against for the way that you wore your hair, the way that it came out of your head? What's more authentic than that? That stress, that anxiety that your patient felt could likely have been a result of stereotype threat. This is a form of stress and anxiety that presents itself when you have a fear of conforming to a stereotype that is attributed to your group. Now, there are many egregious stereotypes when it comes to Black people, but a very common one deals with the lack of intellect. If I am working and stereotype threat presents itself, and it often does, I will create so much mental energy combating that stereotype. I'm not stupid, I'm smart, I can do this, let me check, triple check, and double check, that I won't even divert the right amount of energy to perform the task that is well within my ability to do, which will contribute to significantly more mistakes. Everyone has stress when it comes to performing tasks, but stereotype threat gets in the way of you doing things that you can even have the ability to do overall. When you think about the integration of all the symptoms and what contributes to racism-related stress and difficulties within the environment, I want you to think about a tree. That stress, that hesitance, that fear, that imposter syndrome that your patient was experiencing, that was a branch. But the things that are contributing to those, the maintenance of those branches thriving and whistling in the wind every day, is racism. Those are the roots. If we ever want to improve the human experience of individuals overall through all of these trainings, they must address the roots. When you walk out of a training with the same way of thinking, the same information that you walked into the training with, the problem is the training. We need to vary the forms of information that we herald. So many times we focus on peer-reviewed journals, and those are a good start, but publication bias also exists. It is easier for a research study that focuses on European Americans to be published than one that focuses solely on Black people or people of the global majority. And not in comparison, one that focuses solely on these individuals and the intricacies of the experience in the diaspora. We also need to look at the way we do these trainings. Are we looking at intersecting identities? Age, ability level, sexual orientation. It seems like a lot to include in one training, and it is, and the goal is not to include it in one training. The whole purpose of this is to be an experience and understanding that it is a journey when it comes to cultural competence. We need to focus on engagement. A 3-hour talk with 15 minutes of Q&A is not enough time. You need to look at books and break them down. You need to listen to podcasts and break it down. We need to really vary the information that we share, the narratives that are experienced, and the way that people choose to share them. And have a conversation. Do you have difficulties having the conversation? Are you uncomfortable? Let's start there. Where is the discomfort coming from? Are you afraid of being wrong? That's okay. I would trust someone who admits to being wrong way before I trust someone who says that they're right all the time. Are you feeling oppressed in the environment that the training is happening? Let's start there. What form of oppression are you experiencing? Is it internalized? Is it institutional? Is it cultural? All of these have different treatment plans, but they can all be accomplished. We need to come back with tangible goals and metrics for achieving those goals. It's not enough to say that we want the environment to be less oppressive. We need to say that we are going to look at our policies and come back in 2 months, in 3 months. Yes, your policy may state that it is against discrimination when it comes to skin color, but what about hair? What about hairstyles or hair lengths or protective styles that are attributed to certain individuals of racial or ethnic origins? How diverse is your company, is your organization really? When you go up different levels of the hierarchy, do you notice that individuals start to look the same? That's not diversity. And it's just important to look at these things from day to day. It didn't take one day to build that bias. It's not going to take one day or one training to break it down. There is no such thing as being colorblind. When you say you don't see my color, you don't see me. And it also places emphasis on the wrong thing. Color is not the issue. Race is not the issue. Racism is. When we focus on what is really important, we can work towards improving the human experience overall. And the many roles that I hold, scientist, psychologist, person, professor, I'm here to tell you, therapy is not going to fix it all. My office should not be the only safe space that someone holds. I should not have to manage the fear of individuals who took a Hippocratic oath to protect me, those who decided to serve and protect others. The world should feel like a safe space. And if we are going to address that, we have to look at the roots. We have to be okay with being wrong, and we have to improve the human experience overall by understanding that cultural competence is not a finish line. We're going to work on this our whole lives. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Before I get to the last speaker of the day, I want to give a quick shout out to Courtney Kidd. She was supposed to be the 9th speaker of our conference today, but unfortunately, due to a medical emergency, she cannot be discharged from the hospital. But I do, want to acknowledge her hard work and dedication in the TEDx process. So last but not least, our speaker for the night is Max Reisinger. He is a student, content creator, and serial entrepreneur. He amassed over 25 million views and 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, and through a series of short videos documenting his life. He is also the co-founder of Creator Camp, an event based on bringing people together who are making meaningful content on the internet. His talk is titled, "Everything You Have Been Told About Social Media is Wrong." Please welcome Max Reisinger on stage.
So a few weeks ago, I was catching up with a friend over dinner, and we were having a conversation about the negative effects of social media on people because she asked me whether or not I felt I was contributing to the problem because of my current job, publishing short films on YouTube and making a living from it. We looked up some research and found that 91% of 14-year-olds now own a phone, and with the average screen time being 7 hours a day, internet addiction is now linked to structural and functional changes in the brain associated with emotional processing, executive attention, and decision making. So she looked at me again and said, "Do you feel like you're contributing to the problem?" And I said, well, to be completely honest, no. Because I think creating art on social media and publishing that art can be part of the solution to offsetting this epidemic. She looked at me and said, "Art on YouTube? How?" So I told her about this new movement on social media called the YouTube New Wave. It's a reaction to the clickbait content that propagates most of our feeds today by pushing for more meaningful content that tells stories instead of begging for attention. She said, "Okay, good luck with that." But I was confident about my thesis, so I used the only analogy that came to mind and asked her, when was the last time she had a nice meal for a special occasion? Perhaps at a fancy restaurant or some well-prepared and intentional meal. And if after that meal she went back home and still felt really hungry and wanted to eat a lot of snacks. She paused and said no and said, "I felt satisfied after the meal." I said, "Exactly. It's the same thing with our brains. Whenever I watch a good artistic or indie movie, I never feel compelled to go on social media, to doom scroll, because I feel satisfied and I want to properly digest what I just consumed." She agreed and said, yeah, she recently had changed her diet, had been intentionally cooking all of her meals and felt like a new version of herself. And got me thinking about this food analogy. We consume both media and food, yet one seems to be talked about a lot more than the other. I grew up learning about food pyramids, plate charts, recommended portions and ratios, and different diets, but never had I heard about a social media pyramid, a social media consumption ratio, or a social media diet, aside from just a detox. As a matter of fact, I think the only solution I've ever been presented with is to not go on my phone. But imagine you went to the doctor and you're like, my stomach hurts, I have a stomach ache, and they told you to not eat food as a solution to feeling better. I really don't think consumption is the problem. I think it's what we're consuming. I think we need to acknowledge that our phones are here to stay, but it's our relationships with them that need to change. Over Thanksgiving, I was with my grandmother, and after dinner, she asked me to help her with her phone because she had been logged out of Facebook and needed help getting back in. When we logged back in, the first post that popped up was a post that 6,000 civilians had been killed because of the war in Ukraine. I scrolled down a little bit and saw a cute cat video. You know, if we all pause for a second, I'm sure we can think to a moment in our lives where we read a shocking headline sometime in the past year, or let alone the past month, week, day, or even hour. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think you would have had a larger reaction to that maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20, or even 50? I think we can all agree that because of the internet, we're becoming largely desensitized to the world around us. Increasingly, I feel like I care less and less about the issues people around the world are facing. But I'm not a bad person, right? People now consume 90 times the amount of information they did when compared to the 1940s, so it's no wonder we often feel overstimulated and consequently desensitized. And if we stay in the past for a moment and take a peek back into our history, there are times there have been movements that reflect, humanity and society's view about the world. Modernism, for example, is a 19th century literary and artistic movement that captured the idealism of a newly industrialized world. And the Eiffel Tower is a fantastic example of this. Postmodernism, on the other hand, reflected the lost state of humanity after the Second World War. We see this in existentialist literature, or even the irony of Andy Warhol's soup can. But where are we now? Well, our society is described as being in a meta-modernistic state, which is essentially an extreme oscillation between optimism and nihilism about the world around us, but at a very rapid pace.
An example would be one moment feeling like you can help save the environment by doing your part, driving an electric car, recycling, or saving water. But the next, you read a headline that large companies are doing more environmental damage than anything your individual actions might ever offset. You end up feeling like the world is doomed, and that nothing you ever do will actually have an impact. With the internet, we've been exposed to this emotional whiplash at a much faster pace than ever before in history. Studies now show that people can display symptoms similar to PTSD just by consuming violent news alone. And psychologists now believe that we're becoming emotionally desensitized as a defense mechanism against our hyperconsumption of media. So I thought back to the conversation I was having with my friend. How does this tie back into art? And how could I put art forward and push it as a solution in the wake of all of this noise? Well, what do you think of when you think of art? Do you think of the Mona Lisa? Do you think of an old Greek statue, or perhaps the long line into a museum? But what I'm guessing didn't pop into your mind was a video on your phone of someone playing guitar, a person singing, or perhaps an avant-garde film on YouTube. Throughout history, art has been a vehicle to share stories and emotions that transcend time. Art brings us together and helps us better understand the human experience. We quite literally have the ability to put ourselves in someone else's shoes through a process called embodied cognition, which then leads to cognitive empathy. Social media gives us the ability to share stories and art that bring us together in a way that we've never been able to before in history. It's proven to increase levels of oxytocin, which spark empathy and connection, but it also reduces bias and helps bring us together and helps us see and understand different perspectives and ways of life. I don't think social media is the problem. I think what we're consuming on social media is the problem. But as I was thinking about this, it kind of clicked to me in the moment. And I thought back to my childhood and everything I've been told about the importance of eating veggies. I was like, could the consumption of online art be the metaphorical veggies for the mind? I grew up being told about the importance of eating healthy, and in my schools I saw posters of food pyramids with recommended portions and ratios, and we were drilled that breakfast was the most important meal of the day, and that having a colorful plate was a necessity if we wanted to grow up to be strong and healthy. But still, I'd never heard of the same guidelines, let alone the same specificity regarding our consumption of media. What was the equivalent of social media vegetarianism, of social media veganism? Would it be no social media? Would it be no online news? Would it be a limited number of hours per day? You know, growing up as one of the first generations with a smartphone, there's virtually no guidance on navigating the complex Wild West that is the internet. And it's kind of shocking considering that there is this lack of infrastructure that's commonly discussed, considering this is one of the largest issues we face. So I thought back to my friend and the conversation that we were having and how art plays a role in all of this. And I thought back to this kind of emotional desensitization that we are facing in these moments and this kind of emotional whiplash that we've been faced with. And, you know, within the food industry, there are regulations to protect us from all of this, right? We have information labels so that we know what we're consuming, and then we have calorie amounts so that we know how much we're consuming. But the whole industry, again, is based around this 2,000 calorie diet that's a recommendation. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but it's at least a helpful reference. You know, we've been reinforced in our schools and by our teachers the importance of eating healthy. But we lack this guidance and reinforcement when it comes to our consumption of media. My question is, where are the guidelines to protect us from this cognitive manipulation? What is the equivalent of a food label? Why don't I know what I'm consuming and how much of it? Should I be watching YouTube, and what type of videos should I be watching on YouTube? Given this lack of guidelines and recommendations and all of that, how could anyone, let alone a kid, make good decisions about what they're consuming and its impact on their health? Well, I believe art can provide us with the answer. and art in its broadest sense. I believe art is content that adds meaning to our lives. It's more available and accessible than ever. My grandma, for example, loves comedy and likes to take walks and listens to comedians on her phone. My mom, on the other hand, is a teacher and likes to watch videos about French history. And me, I love to watch first-person documentaries from people all around the world. We all find our own pockets of the internet that add something more to our lives. But what we're adding doesn't have to bring us down. I believe that these pockets on the internet that we find are art, and they can bring us together. But more importantly, they spark our oxytocin as well, which sparks empathy and connection, but it also reduces our blood pressure levels and rates of anxiety and depression. So I believe that the more we can consciously fill our e-diets with art, the better our mental health will be, the more connected we'll all become, but most importantly, the more human we'll all feel. By the end of the night, my friend and I had found some sort of common ground, and thankfully she didn't think I was a part of the problem, and instead agreed that art could be a part of the solution. I'm optimistic that we will see more guidelines and regulations and protections over time. I really am. But at the end of the day, just like with food, we're the ones pushing the metaphorical shopping cart in the grocery store each and every time we pick up our phones. Let's choose art. Thank you.
Thank you for a great ending to the talk, Max. We would now like to lead us into the meet and greet. So some rules include that this is going to take place in the same place we were, which is in the campus center. NPR will have some refreshments as well as space for photos. And then Scarlet Lounge is where the meet and greet will take place. So speakers will be there, the speaker coaches will be there, performers will be there, so you guys are welcome to mingle with each other, ask the speakers questions on their talks, or any discussions or conversations you want to have, and that will all be in the Scarlet Lounge, which is right outside the NPR. And then, like I said, food and photos will be in the NPR, which is where we ate lunch. Yeah.
And finally, to our team members, the production team, RE Films, speaker coaches, and everybody that helped us today. Today wouldn't have happened without you. You guys worked so hard day and night for the past year to make this conference a reality. So thank you so much. Again, without you guys, this wouldn't have happened. I also just want to shout out our website and our social media platforms. Please, those are the best ways to see our updates and stay connected. So we really encourage you guys to do that. And the National TED company will definitely reach out via email with a attendee form. So please be sure to fill that out and share your thoughts regarding our conference today.
So subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is where the talks will highlight them once TED posts them. And yes, thank you all for being here. And we're gonna once again, just like lunch, lead you all into back to the campus center for the meet and greet. Thank you.
Great.